Okay, everybody. Hello. Let me check to make sure that we've got broadcast, simulcast. Are we broadcasting, please? Oh, look at that. Okay. And now I'm going to check over here. Oh, there it is. Very good. Let me click on analytics. Yes. Yes. Now let me pop out this chat. And that way I can see when you folks say hi. And then I got to stuff my face with some food. We're going to check out this video while I do that. And then we're going to work on the script, which is right over here. So, the script on the game development stuff. I've been thinking about it. I'm just going to do a complete rewrite, and I've got an outline for how to do that, and then we'll see how it reads. So, let me mute my mic and let's check out what Bungie is doing. Apparently, Bungie is doing some bad stuff. So we're going to find out about that. Let me also post that I'm going live. There we go. Okay. So everything's posted. I'm streaming. We're simulcasting. I got my chats up. All right, cool. Let's have lunch. Muting my mic.
Look, this is like watching a train wreck in slow motion. If you guys do not delay this game, you know what? Don't. It makes for far better content. It's a heck of a lot more entertaining than Marathon, I'll tell you that right now. They just got caught red-handed, lifting art from some random artist on Twitter and just throwing it into Marathon. The funny thing is, this isn't even the first time that these guys have gotten caught doing something like this before. It's so lazy. It's so scummy. It's so blatant. And it shows how little creativity the studio has left and how hard and fast they're trying to rush Marathon out the gate. I played Marathon, and I can say with absolute confidence, it's not going to work. It doesn't stand a chance. They don't understand the audience. They don't understand the game. They don't understand the genre. And it's so woefully uninspired that it makes a lot of sense as to why they're just copying things that other people are doing. And in some cases, copying their art, I guess, as well. You compare this to a game like Arc Raiders, and the contrast between the two of them couldn't be any more clear. So today what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the allegations against Bungie and their artwork, and also the pitiful reception of Marathon. They are not going to beat the Concord allegations. Bungie seems to have a very close relationship with plagiarism, at least over the last few years. One of the first instances we saw of this was actually back in 2021 for the Witch Queen expansion of Destiny 2, where Twitter user Relay314's fan art of Xivu Arath was used one-for-one in-game without permission or notification. Then, in the Lightfall expansion, it happened again. Julian Falona's artwork was lifted and used inside of a cutscene. And again in 2024, when Bungie collaborated with Hasbro to make a Nerf replica of the Ace of Spades pistol from Destiny 2, this time lifting the entire design from the artist Tofu Rabbit, aside from a recolor and some minor cosmetic changes. In every one of these cases, Bungie pointed the blame to a third-party contractor that they had outsourced their work to, resolved the issues quietly, and then compensated the artists. Actually, as we speak, Bungie is in the middle of an active lawsuit with writer Kelsey Martineau, who alleges that Destiny 2's Red War campaign in 2017 and the Curse of Osiris expansion copied elements from his sci-fi story published on WordPress between 2013 and 2014. He's claimed similarities in the name of the Red Legion, the antagonist's motivations, and several narrative elements like a celestial entity, the use of flamethrowers, and a consciousness transfer. Bungie filed a motion to dismiss the case, but the judge ended up rejecting it, citing insufficient evidence due to Bungie's inability to provide a playable version of the allegedly plagiarized content. And that's all because the Red War and Curse of Osiris expansions don't exist anymore. They're part of content that Bungie had vaulted and removed from the game, then deleted all of the files altogether for reasons that can never fully be explained. This was the same move that
Deleted everything? Wow.
Alienated a huge portion of their player base. Bungie removed content from the game that players had paid for, claiming that they needed to do it to get more memory space for future expansions. And I'll be honest with you guys, as a player who owned that content, there is nothing more satisfying than watching this come back to bite them in the ass. And now here we are in
Hey, Deathforge, welcome to the stream. Bungie is this is crazy news to me that Bungie be plagiarizing.
2025, and Bungie has still not learned their lesson. Twitter user and artist N2, also known as Anti-Real or @Anti-Real in lead speak, has called them out once again, this time for lifting their artwork and using it without permission in Marathon's alpha. These accusations aren't vague, they were direct, specific, and backed up with visual evidence. On Twitter, they shared images and wrote, "The Marathon Alpha released recently and its environments are covered with assets lifted from poster designs I made in 2017. Bungie is of course not obligated to hire me when making a game that draws overwhelmingly from the same design language I have refined for the last decade. But clearly my work is good enough to pillage for ideas and plaster all over their game without any pay or attribution. I don't have the resources nor the energy to spare to pursue this legally, but I have lost count of how many times a major company has deemed it easier to pay a designer to imitate or steal my work rather than to write me an email. In 10 years, I've never made a consistent income from my work, and I'm tired of designers from huge companies mood boarding and parasiting my designs while I struggle to make a living." Another Twitter user pointed out that Joseph Cross, the art director at Bungie, follows Anti-Real on Twitter and asked if there might be a connection. The artist had responded saying, "He's followed me for a few years and a few others from Bungie, never heard any communication." Just to add insult to injury, mainstream media outlets began circulating fake quotes from the artist, attempting to sensationalize the story further by fabricating statements like, "I'm completely floored. This is my full-time job. I sell these posters online. They're not obscure. A major company has deemed it easier to pay a designer to imitate or trace than license or commission the work." This didn't come from the artist, and using fake quotes to farm clicks on top of an artist that's already being exploited is a special kind of vile. Now, if things weren't sketchy already, just 2 weeks ago, before these allegations went public, Joseph Cross, the art director for Bungie, posted on Twitter about how excited they were to work with Krupa Hosk, a brand and design agency that Bungie had brought on to help with visual development, identity, custom typography, and ARG campaigns for Marathon. This almost feels like a preemptive PR buffer, as if they know that these accusations might start to surface, and they were preparing to have a scapegoat just in case. But let's be real here. These third-party agencies are just a shield. Bungie uses them because they know most gamers are never going to remember their names. The public backlash will hit Bungie, but the legal and creative blame will just get pushed onto somebody else. Bungie writes the checks when they get caught, and the key word there is when, because these are only the cases that made it to public attention. How many other ones never got noticed? I mean, this has been going on for over 5 years now, and I have a really hard time believing that Bungie somehow, some way keeps managing to coincidentally hire art thieves over and over again. The common denominator here in every single one of these situations isn't the freelancers or third-party vendors, it's Bungie. So why does this keep happening? Why do they keep doing this? Well, that's because they just don't have the time or the talent anymore. Bungie has laid off aggressively in recent years. A lot of the talent that they let go were key contributors to games like Halo, Destiny, and Destiny 2. And with Destiny 2 in decline and pressure from Sony mounting ever since they acquired Bungie in 2022, they simply do not have the same creative force.
Imagine trying to sue Sony for, well, you couldn't, because you'd be suing like a third-party developer because they were smart enough to contract themselves out. So they contracted the work out, and then somebody else did the work. And I'm sure there's something in the clause that pushes all that responsibility back on the third party. So you couldn't even sue Sony in this situation. You'd be suing the third-party studio that plagiarized your stuff.
Behind their projects anymore. They are rushing Marathon and other content out the door to meet deadlines and deliver returns. And when time runs out and creativity is thin, people take shortcuts. And honestly, that makes a lot of sense because Marathon feels like a game that's being shoved out the door, ready or not. Bungie has done almost nothing to engage with their audience before the release of the closed alpha, and then their entire rollout of the game has been messy. The initial teaser had some intrigue in the cinematic trailer. People like the ARG elements and the visual direction, but the gameplay trailer absolutely tanked. As the time of this writing, it has 24,000 dislikes. Most of the comments are flaming the game. They've also delivered nothing but mixed messaging. They told Destiny 2 PvE players that Marathon isn't for them, despite the fact that it's their loyalty, time, and spending that funded Bungie's projects in the first place. Instead of honoring their core audience, they are chasing a new one they don't even understand, in a genre that they've never even developed in before. It's yet another case of a studio abandoning what made them successful in favor of mimicking what's trendy. And honestly, what else would a mimic do other than copy everything else around it? We are going to see a lot more of this. A lot more. All these companies that have been complaining about rising development costs, all these layoffs that we've seen, that is all pressure that is being laid on top of these designers and artists. And the more that they have them making these cookie cutter games and these copy paste projects, the less time and resources and experience they have to be able to make anything, the less creative freedom they have, well, the more likely they are to start cutting corners. And part of that is because they're just trying to save time more than anything else. But the other part of it is they just don't care. That's why you see stuff like this. We see this with workers that are just phoning it in for a paycheck because they feel like they're forced to do the work, because they feel wholly uninspired by it, because they're not being led properly. And as a result, you get something that is uninspired, and you get something that most of the times ends up being plagiarized. Journalism is going through the same thing. Games journalism specifically is going through the same thing. After the Polygon video, I actually had some writers reach out to me and they said, you have no idea how bad it is for us right now. All of these companies have basically made it where, we have $20 an article. You have to put out 50 articles a week. You can only talk about very specific games, only the biggest games, and you can only write about it in a very specific way. And that's the reason why we get a lot of the writing that we do. And I think that's a fitting description for what Marathon is, because they're under those exact same pressures in that exact same situation right now where they're being forced to make a game that I don't think that they actually want to make. Sure, there's probably a few people that are there that are all about it, but it's not an entirely team effort, I don't think. And people don't realize, I don't think they're taking it seriously, that if Bungie does not deliver with Marathon, they are done. This is it. This is the only thing they have left for them, because Sony has invested too much money in them for too little return, and they are desperate for a live service hit. And if Bungie's not the one to give it to them, that's not going to work out for them. They have wasted billions of dollars at this point trying to get their own live service hit. And I played Marathon. It's not it. With better competition that's out on the market, with better competition that's right around the corner that delivered an alpha at the same time as yours, it's just not going to work out. This is going to be a last-ditch effort, a Hail Mary, with nobody there to catch it. Now, in a lot of cases, when I'm feeling off about a game, whether it's from the previews or the early footage, I tend to second guess myself. Maybe I'm being overly critical. Maybe it's not as bad as it looks. Maybe I just need to get hands-on with it to see the full picture. Then I played Marathon and Arc Raiders back-to-back. And now I was being way too generous with Marathon. Let me just go ahead and throw a flag on the play right now and say it outright. Marathon is one step removed from Concord. The only thing that this game has going for it is the Marathon name in a mildly interesting universe. Beyond that, this is one of the most blatant, uninspired, trend-chasing corporate pasteboard games that I have ever touched. I would go as far to say that Dragon Age the Veilguard had more flavor than Marathon. This is fact abilities copied on Destiny 2's gunplay and dropped far. And I am not the only one that feels that realization that you're playing something with no soul after coming from something.
Oh, you're just ranting.
Think that they need to insulate their players from one another for safety reasons.
Okay, poor game design strikes because uninspired team. You laid off all the talent and thought that they could just keep making stuff. That's it's interesting how the industry is changing. Okay. How are we going to do this? Let's start with ChatGTP. So here's the rewrite. Here's the new outline. And these are the previous versions. Okay, so call to action. Excuse me. Okay, I'm just reading through the notes and thinking here. Okay, let's start off with just the game dev mind triangle. All right, let's start here. And I like to use ChatGTP for this. All right. We are writing an essay. And I'm just going to let this thing form. This is how I get AI to write stuff for me. This is the process that I use when AI helps me with something. This is basically it. I just feed it a stream of stuff because I'm just like in this and this and this and this and this and this and this. At the end of it, or at the beginning here, I'm formatting what we're doing, letting them know that this is an essay. Yeah, we were writing an essay. I want to. It will eventually be a video essay, but I want the verbiage to be dense. As dense, I will be reading the essay out loud. For a video. But let's format this as just an essay for now. I have seen it. If you tell it you're doing a video essay, it might spit out a more script-like format for like video production. You know, there's not. It's not very dense. And I want the information contained in this the information that needs to be contained in this is very dense, and I need to make sure we get all the points across. And the first, I want to try and get everybody thinking about the various competing interests. Okay, let's do that. Okay, for the entirety of the rest of the essay, I want to introduce concepts, define them, explain keywords, and give the viewer and give the reader a basic, this is how this works rundown. I want to first create and explain that I have identified three primary mindsets. For video game development. I figure we call this the game development lines triangle. Okay, we've got it's 3 points R. Business interests. Developer. Artistic interests. And gamers. Then I want to give a few reasons as to why the industry should be using the term gamer instead of consumer. One being, one reason being that this mindset puts the artistic interests ahead of the business ones, at least in this one, you know, explain games are, you know, when you're purchasing a game, you're buying more than just software. There's more in that software than just code. You know, it's magic of video games. So we get all squishy about the video games. Okay. Okay, so we do that. Then after we have, you know, gotten off our soapbox about using the term gamer, consumer is correct and proper. Let's talk about what gamers want. Let's keep that simple with you know, one explanation. You know, pay for $70 game. Should be polished. You know, that was the sentiment when, or I could say proof of the sentiment Sentiment should use Cyberpunk 2077. As example. Okay, that's fine. Then we want to explain the business mindset. Do we want to do the devs? Let's do the devs next, and then we'll do the business mindset. Hey, Phoebus. Well, I am currently I've got an outline, and we're starting. I've got a new outline, and we're gonna start by introducing. This is gonna be a video. We're gonna see how long it takes. I've really put a lot of thought into how this came out and what it was, and we're just gonna start different. So we're just taking a whole new tact to the video essay for project management in video games. And the very first thing to introduce is my game development mind triangle. You're gonna like this. You're gonna like this. So the game development mind triangle is gamer, business interest, and then you've got developer artistic interests. You got those three. And then what I'm doing is we're explaining the mindset and the perspective of all of those three things first, and talking about what it's like to be that person, right? What the things that you care about and do and focus on, right? So we're doing all that first. So then further down in the essay, we can build upon the fact that we have discussed what that perspective is and what its interests are that compete with the other ones. We should be able to get a little bit deeper into the discussion. I don't know. I'm trying to make sure everybody has that by doing this, we have the tools to continue to expand upon this idea, because it's all about the interplay, or I guess it's the call to action that there should be a better interplay between the gamers and the business interests and the developer artistic interests, and it's all about coming together and following. What I will definitely do is propose a couple of things, especially for like what Steam should be doing for early access, and just because I want, and then I need there. Oh yeah, and then we talk about, hey, it would be really beneficial if Steam did this, but let's not wait around for Steam. Let's here are things that studios can do right now. And it's all about opening up lines of communication within a constructive framework. That is the best explanation for this essay. Opening lines of communication within a constructive framework. That's really good. Okay. Yes. Yes, let me, hold on one second. Let me do something here. what we're gonna do is I'm gonna copy all this, and we're gonna move over here, just in case I screw something up. We put it in Notepad++. And the great thing about Notepad++ is if you lose power, it still saves the. You'll still be able to recover this text, which I can't do in a browser like that. Oh, good. Yeah. Phoebus was talking about the importance of communication, the difference between an informal, friendly IM versus an email. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely. No, not with the browser-based thing. No, if I suddenly lost power, that I would lose whatever's here. So I'm just typing it in here. So if I accidentally lose power, by the way, everybody watching, if I suddenly just stop live streaming, it's because there was a power hiccup. Those are quite frequent where I currently live, and it is what it is. There's not a lot of power backups on a tropical island. There's only one power plant. So when something bad happens, they have to take the power plant offline to fix it. There's no failover like in the United States with the big huge power grid. Claude does, it seems. Okay. In the browser and everything, that's crazy. I mean, it saves it once I actually send it and stuff, but it doesn't keep like this. If I suddenly lost power, this would not be a rough draft. It would look like this. Oh, well, I thought clicking that would have reset everything, but it didn't, and that's fine. That's fine. Anyway, I like this part too. What would be an essay about the verbiage? Okay, we're gonna tell it exactly what the essay about. The overall goal of the essay is going to be a call to action that can be a call to action between gamers, developers, and various business interests and business interest interests. Okay, and developers and business. That amounts to opening lines of communication within a constructive framework. I am going to educate about the different development processes and explain a new way. Explain a new way. A new, best practices for game development. start with waterfall, then transition. Then when you have MVP, move to agile and start feedback loop. And explain how those feedback loops should work. Because just people just aren't good at process. I see all this stuff in my head. Like I see flowcharts right now, but I'm not most people. It'll eventually be okay. And explain how those feedback loops should work. Okay, let me oh shit, I forgot to put the thing back on. There we go. Sorry about that. There, let's make it bigger so y'all can see what I'm there. Okay. So I'm going up here because I want to set up the AI more with what the goals are, and I'm gonna because ChatGPT is a lot better at creative writing. There might come a time where I jump over to DeepSeek, but I know enough about what I'm doing to just break down the work so it will fit within ChatGPT. If I don't like a response or an answer or something, I think that's when we're going to pop open DeepSeek and throw it in there and see what it comes up with. But we'll give it the situation that we're in first, because I don't want it writing the whole essay. I don't want it writing a ton of shit. We're writing one thing right now, and these are all the instructions that I gotta give it. I gotta brain dump it out. So just let me get through this. By the way, I hear thunder and lightning. So if like I said, if the stream suddenly stops, that's what's going on. Then I want to give a few reasons why. Okay, so I'm going to educate about the development process, explain the new best practices for game development, waterfall. Then we have my problem into agile and start feedback and explain how this feedback should work in the context of Steam Early Access. Because everybody's familiar with Steam. Okay, eventually video essay when a beverage stands, blah blah blah. Should be polished. Okay, then we want to explain the developer artistic side of things, how they are, passionate about work and so what do we want to say about the devs here, and what their perspectives are when interacting with people, over the internet. I mean, they worked on something, they're proud of their work. And then they see, some you know, mean comment. uh, you know, from some rando on the internet. You're gonna feel a little defensive. You feel a little defensive. Yeah, you would love it if gamers had a much better understanding of the software. You would love it if gamers had a much better understanding of the software development life cycle. And if you only could have gotten feedback earlier, you might have you know, shipped with those changes. You know, given the clear sentiment in the Reddit/Twitter thread you're reading about your game. Okay, so we basically set up the developers to be strawmans for exactly the type of user we're making this video essay for. This is this is okay. Okay, and then we need to talk about the business interests. You know, people who sit in, you know, things like board meetings. People that sit in on quarterly earnings reports. They, you know, don't play video games. They just they like I mean, sure, they you know, on an Xbox with the kids, but you know, they've never actually, you know, gone to a store or actually, you know, no, that's not a good kid, but they've never actually, you know, sought out and purchased a game. They prefer to golf. They prefer to golf or you know, what's some other bourgeoisie play fucking racquetball, you know, golf or, you know, some other Okay. So it is all these. It is these three different perspectives I want to construct in the reader's mind. And I want to be able to refer back to them throughout the rest of the essay. Now, okay, so your instructions are let's split this into two different things. Now here's the question. Do I have it right? Excuse me. Oh, it still says lunch break. Now the question is, do I have it right the introduction first, or do I have it right the part of the essay and then write an introduction? If I have it right in introduction, I'm worried about the length of stuff because ChatGTP doesn't. It's I got to break this into pieces. I can't like dump a bunch of things in it. Let's do the intro first, and then have it come up with the mind triangle essay thing. Organize and script my thoughts into a introduction to the essay. You know, needs to. It needs to grab the reader because I want them to understand that there's a better way of doing things that everybody's going to benefit from. To invite them, you know, to go on a learning journey with me, from someone who, you know, who has worked in the software development industry. Not the you know, gaming world. You know, for a living. Throughout the essay, I will, cite well-known examples that garnered a lot of media attention. But not as a way to make some, negative rage bait. But to ultimately propose a studios and gamers operate in by opening lines of communication with a constructive framework, by presenting and educating others on that constructive framework. Using okay, so okay, yes, this is all for the intro. Okay, we have really spelled things out here. We're going to start with this. See how it comes up. It basically just needs to organize everything. All right, let's see what it comes up with. Okay, that's a pretty good working title. Rebuilding the bridge between business developers and gamers. Video games are more than just lines of code compiled into something playable. They are an interactive art, modern methodologies told through systems and pixels, stories we don't just witness but live. And yet, the way many games are made today doesn't reflect that truth. There's a disconnect, not just a technical misfire or a missed deadline, but a systemic fracture between three core perspectives: the gamer, the developer, and the business executive. This essay proposes a way to heal that divide. Heal. Maybe more like establish, but I'll worry about that later. I don't work in the gaming industry. My background is in fintech, where I manage operations and optimize processes. In other words, my job is to make things work better. I've spent years streamlining software development life cycles, and what I found is this: no matter the industry, when communication breaks down between creators, users, and decision makers, the product suffers, and so do the people behind it. So that's really fucking good. But we're gonna lean into that even more, and so do the people behind the scenes working on it. Yeah, behind the scenes working on it. We'll add that. So why should game development be any different? This essay is a call to action. It's a roadmap, and it starts with a simple idea: there's a better way to make games. A way that benefits everyone, from the player who pays $70 for a game expecting polish, to the developer who pours their soul into their craft, to the business executive trying to manage risk and revenue. To explain that idea, we must first understand the forces pulling in different directions. I call this the game development mind triangle. Oh. Okay, so I see what it did. It took everything that I gave it and just wrote it all as part of an intro. So this is basically like we're going right into the mind triangle. What I was looking for was a much shorter introduction paragraph, a couple of paragraphs for the introduction, that was it. I would have gotten everything else. I was like, I'm going to give it some more instructions right now, and we'll just read everything. Okay. I was expecting more of a brief intro, couple of paragraphs at most. I didn't want to get into exactly all of the points of the mind triangle just described. My perspective, the purpose of the essay, how we will view things through the various points of the triangle, we can give a brief explanation. Well, let me finish seeing what it's come up with, because I don't need to be. There's plenty of stuff in here that's good. We can rewrite later. I'll work with what I got. I like what we've got. Actually, a bunch of this is really good. I did not plan to be talking in detail about what the mind triangle is, but here we are. So I'm just readjusting my perspectives. If this gets the point across, fine. I'm going to end up rewriting a bunch of this anyway. Okay. This essay is a call to action. It's a roadmap, and it starts with a simple idea. There is a better way to make games, a way that benefits everyone, from the player who pays $70 for a game expecting polish to the developer who pours their soul into their craft to a business executive trying to manage risk and revenue. To explain that idea, we must first understand the forces pulling in different directions. I call this the game development mind triangle. 3 core viewpoints that shape every game. Gamers, the players, the fans, the community. Passionate, vocal, and invested gamers want good games, stable, playable, fun. Their voices can build momentum or ignite backlash, and yet they are often dismissed as consumers, a term that reduces their engagement to a transaction. Okay, that's, yeah. Developers and artists, the creators, they live and breathe their projects. Many would keep refining their work indefinitely if allowed, but their pride and passion can be met with hostility when expectations are missed or features are cut. What gamers see as laziness or greed is often a result of late-stage changes, crunch, or decisions made far above the dev team's hands. Business interests, the executives, investors, and project owners. Their role is to fund and greenlight projects, measure ROI, and report to shareholders. Their understanding of game design is usually surface level at best. They know market segments, not mechanics. They may enjoy a few rounds of golf or a casual console session with a kid, but they never waited for patch notes or read Steam reviews with sweaty palms. These 3 points, gamers, developers, and business, form the triangle with which every major release lives or dies. When these sides are misaligned, games flop. But when they are in sync, we get magic, cultural phenomenon, timeless classics, and thriving communities. Yeah, good point. To have a productive conversation about how to fix things, we need to first use the right language. That's why throughout this essay, I will use the word gamer, not consumer. Why? Because video games are not bags of flour. They are not passive products. They are expressions of art and design. And when someone buys a game, they aren't just purchasing software. They are buying into a world. Calling them consumers centers the transaction. Calling them gamers centers the relationship. Yeah, good. I told it to make that point, and it didn't. And that relationship is fraying. We're going to talk about that. I wouldn't have gone that direction with it, but I guess you got to have some contention in your opening. There's some problems that we're going to be talking about, so we don't have to say everything's working right now. We're going to talk about that. We'll explore what gamers want, starting with the obvious. If I pay $70, the game should work. We'll cite examples, not to fan outrage, but to learn. Not to fan outrage, but to learn. Take Cyberpunk 2077, one of the most anticipated games of the decade, released in a state so broken it became a meme, but why? Was it lazy developers? No. Was it greedy execs? Not entirely. It was a breakdown of process. A failed SDLC, software development lifecycle, pushed out before it was ready with feedback loops that came far too late. Then we'll examine what developers face: tight deadlines, shifting priorities, last-minute overhauls, and a flood of internet criticism that rarely understands the constraints of their work. When a Reddit post tears apart a feature they had to cut, it's not just feedback, it's personal. Many devs wish players understood more about how development actually works and how early feedback could have changed everything. And finally, we're really setting up that straw man, but that's fine. And finally, we'll unpack the business side: quarterly revenue pressures, market competition, release windows, investor expectations, and these are the folks making decisions on timelines and budgets, and often they are the furthest from the product itself. Yeah, very good, because then we can talk about we can still talk about why there's waterfall development and why these folks are focused on looking at a damn Gantt chart. They'd rather have a Gantt chart lie to them than adopt a new methodology of doing things. This essay will not point out problems. It will propose solutions. Specifically, we'll explore the best practice model where waterfall development is used to build the foundation of a minimum viable product. Agile methodologies take over, introducing rapid feedback loops with player communities. Steam Early Access is used not as a marketing gimmick, but as a structured feedback phase grounded in project management best practices. Communication lines between gamers, developers, and businesses are formalized and valued, transforming toxic outrage into collaborative iteration. Goal: a game development process where everyone wins, where games fail hard, developers respected, and business interests are protected, not at the cost of quality, but because of it. Let's take the journey together, not as consumers, not as critics, but as gamers, developers, and problem solvers ready to learn, understand, and build something better. Yay! Okay, well that's quite the essay, but after watching after watching 6-hour video essays, it doesn't really seem that long, does it? Okay, so that's going to be the new outline. Let's move this down here. Rename. And this is going to be introduction. Okay, what were we going to change? Video games are more than just lines of code compiled into something cloud. Okay, we can't skip the workout. Let's give it another 30 minutes, and then we will work out. And then we didn't get this done. We got it was the phone interview with the talent agency, and then we had chat with Arden after layoff. Buddy of mine got laid off today. Then we had the lunch break. When did I start the stream? I gotta keep track of this. I started so late today. I had so much stuff to do. I had a job interview this morning. Went very well. I did talk to an AI the whole time though. But I think I nailed the interview really good. Like, I mean, the thing was asking me boilerplate HR questions. It's like if I went to ChatGTP and said, give me a list of questions to ask a technical project manager in round 1 of interviews, it would have been those like 8 questions. So I was prepared for them. Is what I'm trying to say. Is like I had examples. I was like, yeah, and then we did this, and then I worked on this, and then I trained people on that. So yeah. Yeah. Okay. Game dev. Video games are more than just lines of code compiled into something playable. They're interactive art, modern methodologies told through systems and pixels. Stories we don't just witness, but live. And yet, the way many games are made today doesn't reflect that truth. There's a disconnect, not just a technical misfire or a missed deadline, but a systemic fracture between three core perspectives. Okay, and we can show the imagery that we can show is just like negative reviews and things like that. Just articles, news articles. Systemic failure between three core perspectives. Gamer, the developer, the business executive. This essay proposes a way to heal that divide. Yeah, sure. Sure, to heal that divide. I mean, it's not like I'm not reinventing the fucking wheel here. I'm just, as a project manager, like this would be best practice for game development. Why aren't we following it? Basically, that's what the video essay is going to be. Why can't we follow this, right? Communication suffers between creators, users, and decision makers. The product suffers, and so do the people. And so do the people working on it behind the scenes. So why should game development be any different? This essay is a call to action. It's a roadmap. And it starts with a simple idea. There are better ways to make games. A way that benefits everyone, from the player who pays $70 for a game expecting polish, to the developer who pours their soul into their craft, and the business executive trying to manage risk and revenue. To explain that idea, we're going to first understand the forces pulling in different directions. I call this the game development mind triangle. 3 core viewpoints that shape every game. Gamers. The players, the fans, the community. Passionate, vocal, and invested gamers want good games, stable, playable, fun. Their voices can build momentum or ignite backlash, and yet they are often dismissed as consumers, a term that reduces their engagement to a transaction. Developers and artists, the creators, they live and breathe their projects. Right. Gamers see. Business interest. The executives, investors, project owners, the role is to fund and greenlight projects. We understand that game design is usually surface level at best. They know market segments, not mechanics. They may enjoy a few rounds of golf or a casual console session with their kids, but they never waited for patch notes or read Steam reviews with sweaty palms. These 3 points, gamers, developers, and business, form a triangle with which every major release lives or dies. When these sides are misaligned, games flop. But when they're in sync, we get magic, cultural phenomena, timeless classics, and thriving communities. And we'll show all the successful visuals there. to have a productive conversation. But I'm as I read this, I am thinking of ways to fill in um, the visual. I'm thinking of like what clips, like would it, like, talking about the gamers and stuff. Like we'd get some stuff from like Asmongold, and some of the big game streamers or whatever, right? The big names or whatever, and just use little clips here and there, and then I can take clips of news articles and or video essays or that kind of stuff. I can show all different kinds of stuff on the screen while this is going on. So this is good. Yeah, I should be able to generate with AI most of the visuals that I need without it looking like this is a bunch of AI slop. I think you'll all agree that yes, it wrote this essay, but like here's all the instructions we fed it, right? This is what I mean by AI helping me write something. I know what I'm going to say, and I know the vast majority of all the points that I need to touch on. Here's what they all are. Here's my stance on things and the way I want to explain stuff, right? Out it spits this one. So it's a nice intro. It's just this basically just saved us 4 hours worth of work. We've worked for 1 hour and we got 5 hours worth of work done, basically. Because it would have taken, what's the word count on this? Characters. Yeah, it's almost 6,000. It's just about, I just round up 6,000 characters. So so it would take me 3 to 4 hours to write about a 6,000 word essay, and it might be a little bit better than this. Not right away. I'd have to rewrite it 2 or 3 times before it got refined up to something like this. This thing ain't perfect, but I'm getting the point across. Overall, I'm happy with it. Like I feel like it's I could have done a comparable job writing this stuff, but it just saved me a few hours. Yeah, I mean, we did basically write. This is like the very, 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 very rough draft, and the LLM's just smart enough to be able to turn that into a rather robust rough draft, a first rough draft. But then we're seeing we get magic, cultural phenomenon, times, classics, thriving communities. To have a productive conversation about how to fix things, we need to first use the right language. That's why throughout this essay, I use the word gamer, not consumer. Why? Because video games are not bags of flour, they're not past products, they are expressions or designs. Software they are buying into a world, calling them consumers. Centers the transaction, calling them gamers, and centers the relationship. And that relationship is framed. We're going to talk about that. We'll explore what gamers want, starting with the obvious. Wasn't this released in the States so broken it became a meme? Why? Was it lazy developers? No. Was it greedy execs? Not entirely. It was a breakdown of process. A failed software development lifecycle pushed out before it was ready with feedback loops that came far too late. Then we'll examine what developers face: tight deadlines, shifting priorities, last-minute overhauls, and a flood of internet criticism that rarely understands the constraints they work under. When a Reddit post tears apart a feature they had to cut, it's not just feedback, it's personal. When he does wish players understood more about how development actually works and how feedback could have changed everything. And how early feedback could have changed everything. Yeah, sure. And finally, we'll impact the business side. Quarterly revenue pressures, market competition, release windows, investor expectations. These are the folks making decisions on timelines and budgets, and often they are furthest from the product itself. This essay will not just measure problems, but will propose solutions. Specifically, will explore best practice model where waterfall development is used to build the foundational and minimum viable product. Agile methodology, introducing rapid feedback loops with player community. Steam Early Access is used not as a marketing gimmick, but as a structured feedback phase. Grounded in project management best practices. Communication lines between gamers, developers, and businesses are formalized and valued, transforming toxic outrage into collaborative interaction. It doesn't have to be toxic. That's a bit strong. Let's just say constructing criticism, transforming criticism into collaborative iteration. That's better. The goal, a game development process where everyone wins, where gamers feel heard, developers feel respected, and business interests are protected, not at the cost of quality, but because of it. Let's take this journey together, not as consumers, but not as critics, but as gamers, developers, and problem solvers, ready to learn, understand, and build something better. Okay. Okay. I gotta think about how I'm gonna get it to write this. The current state of affairs talk about AAA waterfall development, paint a hypothetical picture. The hook here is that we keep all of the, key events to the story as generic until the punchline at the end turns out every hypothetical event in the timeline turns out to basically mirror events that happen in AC Shadows controversy. Let's put here, additionally, need to work into the explanation that the terms I will use, term like isn't some invention of mine, but comes from a school specific school of thought, with specific purpose, that all systems and steps I will be proposing follow already established best practices. Alright, first of all, let's establish a timeline of events for the AC Shadows stuff. Okay. Alright. So this happened recently, so I'm going to tell it to search the web for the most recent information. Controversy leading up to and around the release of Assassin's Creed Shadows. It became an international incident with various countries discussing it in their parliaments. It all seemed to have started with the release I need a high-level outline of key events and the controversy that take it from start. How it started to how it escalated through to when it released and what it's doing now. Okay. Wow, it's really searching, huh? Okay. Unfolding a complex narrative involving cultural sensitivities, political interventions, and corporate responses. Here's a high-level timeline outlining the key events. Ubisoft unveiled Assassin's Creed 16th century Japan featuring Yatsuke, a historical African samurai, as a playable protagonist. I'm just kidding. public reaction, including sparked debates where some appreciated historical reputation, others criticized historically inaccurate propaganda. Developer harassment is a cultural consultant for the game faced online harassment due to her involvement. Cultural insensitive concerns. Thank you, Phoebus. I'm glad you caught the Red Letter Media reference. That's good. Shrine destruction feature. Yeah, that probably wasn't. That probably wasn't a good idea. Petitions were gathered. Petitions demanding the game's cancellation. Ubisoft postponed the game's release. Content modifications. The company removed the ability to destroy certain objects within temples and reduced the depiction of blood in shrine settings. Thanks, Phoebus. I'll see you in a minute. Collector's edition, a statue resembling the Tory Gate. Okay, cool. Now that that's primed. Okay. 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 Now what I want to do for the narrative of the essay is paint a hypothetical picture. Is paint a story that is a hypothetical picture calls International Incident for Culture Post Story. Another point is that apparently they got the game so they started getting feedback on these things so late in the process. They couldn't steer the ship. Okay, we're gonna exercise in 5 minutes, but let's see what this spits out. Let me just read through it real quick. Okay. It's like I want to have an amusing narrative device without piling on to any outrage, which is why I want AC Shadows to be the punchline. And not the story itself. tell the story from someone like the CEO's perspective of what's happening, how they have the business mindset, the business mindset, like we talked about prior in the mind triangle. Okay. All right, let's see what it comes up with. The iceberg that was always there. Good God. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's very clever. I'm glad I put it that way. Absolutely, Chris. Here's a narrative-driven section. It begins as a generic corporate case study told from the CEO business-minded perspective. The tone is both amused and insightful, building tension around a hypothetical disaster that the reader eventually realizes mirrors the real-world Assassin's Creed Shadows fiasco. It includes a segue into waterfall development while explaining it's a legitimate and structured process that was applied here but failed because it wasn't complemented by agile feedback loops at the right time. Yes, fucking A, that's it right there. It avoids moral outrage, instead emphasizing project management failure as the root cause. All right, here we go. I'm going to read this out loud. Okay, The Iceberg That Was Always There. That's a damn good title. I'm super amused by that, by the way. Anyway, imagine you're the CEO of a billion-dollar company. Your team is about to ship the next sequel to one of your flagship intellectual properties, one of the most valuable franchises in game history. It's been in development for years. Budget somewhere north of $200 million, not counting marketing. The concept is bold, the visuals are stunning, and the pre-launch projections look fantastic. You've seen early vertical slices, quarterly updates, playtest reports, everything appears on track. As far as the executive dashboard goes, the ship is sailing smoothly. Sure, the devs have voiced concerns about timeline pressure. One of the two QA testers mentioned a few immersion-breaking intros and cultural presentation. But nothing seemed critical. Marketing even commissioned a gorgeous collector's edition statue. Everything's in motion. And then you show the game to the public. Suddenly, what had been a quiet confidence turns into a deafening roar. There are petitions, there are YouTube videos, there are angry Twitter threads in 4 different languages. Cultural experts from the other side of the planet are now weighing in. Then it escalates. News outlets pick up the story. A national shrine features in your game, one that was destroyed in an atomic bombing. A country's parliament references your product by name in a formal session. You realize, sitting up there in your air-conditioned boardroom sipping corporate brewed coffee, that this isn't just a marketing misstep. It's an international incident. Now pause, be honest. If you had seen this coming even 6 months earlier, would you have steered the ship the other way? Of course you would. No CEO or chief marketing officer on Earth wants their launch trailer played in a government hearing as an example of cultural disrespect. But here's the truth. By the time that feedback reached your level, the ship had already hit the iceberg. What you just imagined isn't fiction. Everything in that hypothetical timeline actually happened. The game was Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's not an indictment, it's a case study. Yes, that. A teachable moment, a lesson in the limitations of development process that many studios still rely on. Waterfall. Understanding the iceberg. What is waterfall? Waterfall is not a buzzword or a meme. It's a structured software development model that emerged from the manufacturing and construction industries, domains where changes late in the process were prohibitively expensive, even dangerous. The core idea is simple. You gather requirements, design the system, build it, test it, then deliver it. One step follows into the next, just like a waterfall. In theory, it's elegant. In practice, especially in creative software like games, it's brittle. When you're building something that can be felt, a story and emotion world, you can't play. Okay. let me just write something down real quick. Okay. I want to talk about how the business mindset likes the Gantt chart. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that Gantt chart, boy. I cannot, bro. I gotta do it. Make sure you show visuals of what an infographically accurate Gantt chart will look like if delay and pushback would be included in red in the timeline. Yeah. Phoebus, you know what a Gantt chart is, don't you? Of course you do. Of course you know what a fucking Gantt chart is. You're in hardware and all that shit anyway. It's of course you know what a Gantt chart is. But that's the thing that I've seen about Gantt charts is like people will make the Gantt chart and then something will get delayed and then they just update the Gantt chart. And then they pretend like you know, the Gantt chart is the source of truth. Like, the Gantt chart is missing the fact that we were delayed on that thing. It's not really an accurate representation, or at least I've seen so many situations where this is the case. Right? They just keep updating the Gantt chart. Things keep getting pushed back, but the Gantt chart always looks good. Of course, it's not accurate because they don't show the delay. So I want to visually show the delay of like, it only shows current status. So that's what. Oh yeah, that's it. Current status. Okay, so that's it. You know, show, you know, explain how the Gantt chart only shows current status. So it only shows current status. How people, you know, use it for the illusion of control, how no one would make an accurate, no one I know would want to present an accurate Gantt chart. Because it would look terrible. Okay, because it would look terrible. We're gonna develop that. Give me a second here. Do I want that here? I'm gonna leave that there. Okay. Okay. It's all smoke and mirrors. I don't, you know, that's the thing that gets me about project management. It's just like, hey, look, like there's a whole system here. You don't do 75% of the system and then add 25% of a different system. That's not how project management's supposed to work. Waterfall is not a buzzword or a meme. It's a structured software development model that emerged from the manufacturing construction industry. In theory, it's elegant. Practice, especially in creative software like games, it's brittle when... Now wait a minute here. Let's see here. Understanding waterfall. Yeah, because here we can show Wikipedia. Actually, let's look at the Wikipedia. uh, yeah. I mean, I've probably got another 30 minutes to an hour in me for writing and stuff, but I'm rolling right now, so okay, I probably need to read this whole article, but I'll do that later. Okay, here's the rewrite. Here's the game dev thing. So I was reading. Okay, so we got the water. So we did the thing. We got the waterfall. Okay. Wasn't used as that waterfall wasn't complemented by agile practices where it mattered the most after the foundation was laid, but long before the public ever got a glimpse. That's the system this essay proposes, a hybrid model. Use waterfall to get your minimum viable product, the bones, the structure, the baseline, then shift gears into agile, invite feedback, engage communities, and do it early while there's still time to avoid the iceberg. Because sometimes the work disasters aren't caused by malicious intent or even bad ideas. Sometimes they're caused by silence, by the absence of process that invites the right feedback at the right time. And in those moments, it doesn't matter how tight your code is or how many units you ship on day one. If you're trending globally for all the wrong reasons, you're not launching a game, you're managing a crisis. I want to take a different tact. Okay. I like and will keep everything under the iceberg that was always there. And we'll rewrite this for everything under understanding the iceberg. Let's take a different tact. Tact for why AAA and the business mindset like the waterfall development model. I will postulate because it makes it look like everything is under control. This thing will happen here, that thing will happen then, and it's really easy to make it look like, you know, all the parts of the project are moving along. But Gantt charts only show current status. Gantt charts actually showed how long things were delayed. Bet you dollars to donuts, people would stop using them in board meetings. So let's do for explaining how the Gantt chart is a lie, we should, take folk through it by steps. This got delayed, so we just update the Gantt chart and push everything down. Later on, another thing gets delayed, so all stuff below it gets pushed out, and there is another version of the Gantt chart, and how a new version of the Gantt chart is made every time there is a change. And how this is not actually accurate. It's fundamentally flawed. To not show the delay in the timeline when updating a Gantt chart is willfully discarding information on the project. Yeah, I feel real strongly about that. It's all bullshit. A Gantt chart's nothing. It's all, unless you're going to add in a red bar for everything that got pushed out. Perhaps not willfully. When updating a Gantt chart is to not show the delay in the timeline when updating a Gantt chart is to is common practice. So the entire industry is discarding information on their projects that doesn't paint that doesn't paint the project in a favorable light. Yes, we are going to cover that about and that's it. For the game development, it's got to be a hybrid approach. So using Baldur's Gate 3 as an example, it's an RPG. Well, you've got to build, damn near 75% of all the various different systems before you can even start getting feedback, because the game itself is all of these complex systems interacting with one another. So you got to do waterfall for a minimum viable product to get something out the door, so then you can start the agile feedback development life cycle. So you got to do waterfall to minimum viable product. Properly define what minimum viable product is. I'm gonna use my game idea as an example, as the example. Okay. Let's do this before I go any further. Here, I haven't pulled the trigger on this yet. We don't need to miss it. Okay, we're gonna hold on to that. Now, what I do want to do is... Alright, here's the thing. The iceberg that was always there. Okay, that's it. We're going to get that one. Copy. Okay, introduction rewrite. Here, let's just make this the whole essay. Rename. Whole new essay. Right there. Okay, let's take this journey. Okay, the iceberg was always there. Imagine you're the CEO. Okay, we got all that. We got all that. I'm gonna have fun with the visuals on this. Okay. So we got that. Now we're doing the next section, which is after this thing, and we're going to explain the Gantt chart. Partially, everything under control. Boom. Okay. Below is a revised continuation of your essay under a new section titled "The Gantt chart is a lie." That was the obvious one. I thought of that earlier. In fact, didn't I type it? Yeah, the Gantt chart is a lie. There we go, right there. The Gantt chart is a lie. Let's return to our CEO, fresh out of the emergency PR briefing. The coffee's gone cold. The marketing team is in damage control. And the executives, they're wondering how this disaster wasn't in the Gantt chart. Of course it wasn't. Gantt charts always look clean. That's why they're so beloved in boardrooms. See, waterfall development is appealing to the business mindset, not because it's flexible or adaptive. It's not. It's appealing because it looks like control. It transforms a multi-year creative endeavor into a digestible visual. Boxes and bars and milestones stacked neatly on a timeline. It tells a comforting story. This thing will happen here, then this thing will happen there. And as long as everything stays in its lane, we'll be on time and on budget. But here's the trick. Gantt charts don't show what went wrong. They only show what we pretend we are now. Let me walk you through how this usually goes. The initial chart is built in year one. Everything's beautiful. The alpha build is due in Q3 of next year. The marketing push starts 6 months after that. Milestones are plotted like stars in a constellation. It's going to be perfect. But the prototype takes longer than expected. The combat loop isn't clicking, so the project manager shifts the timeline. The Gantt chart is updating. Nothing major, just a slight adjustment. And I'll be updating a visual Gantt chart on this the whole time. Then narrative falls behind, the script rewrite ripple into voice acting delays, localization slips, another version of the chart is born, milestones move again. Eventually you're on Gantt chart version 6, but here's the catch, it still looks clean. No one in that room sees the 5-month delay that happened 3 versions ago. They see today's plan, scrubbed and polished to look like progress. This is common practice. In fact, it's industry standard. Because Gantt charts aren't built to tell you the truth, they're built to create the illusion that the project is fine, even when it's clearly not. They are project optimism visualized, and they quietly discard the one thing executives should care most about, the historical truth of how far off track things really are. God damn. Yes. Yeah, people just be lying to CEOs, man. Okay. If Gantt charts actually logged every delay, if each adjustment stacked rather than overrode, I bet dollars to donuts they'd shop showing them in board meetings altogether, because suddenly the picture wouldn't be neat. It wouldn't look like a schedule, it would look like what it actually is, a project slowly bleeding time and money while everyone stares at pastel bars and nods solemnly. This is not a knock on waterfall as a framework. It has its uses, especially in projects where the end result is clearly defined and doesn't need to change much. But in creative software like video games, where the fun isn't known until it's felt, where the cultural context can't be predicted from inside a conference room 2 years out, waterfall's rigidity becomes a liability. In Gantt charts, they don't help, they hide it. What's missing in these rooms are the processes, is feedback, timely, meaningful, and outside the building feedback that doesn't come after the firestorm but before it, when changes can still be made. But that requires a different approach, a hybrid model, one where you begin in waterfall, yes, to get your scaffolding in place, but then shift to agile, to iterate, to adapt, to actually listen. Because right now, the shift's ahead for an iceberg, and the people holding the wheel are looking at a Gantt chart that says smooth sailing. Oh. Okay. Okay. Let's rewrite the very last two paragraphs. We use the word agile, but we have not introduced that key word to the audience yet. Fix it. What's missing in these rooms and these procedures is early feedback, timely, honest, external feedback from actual players, cultural consultants, and real-world voices. Not feedback gathered after the marketing budget is spent and the collections editions are back, but feedback sought during development, when the product is still malleable and meaningful changes can still be made. But incorporating feedback like that requires a different rhythm, a different development rhythm. One that accepts the creative process as fluid, not fixed. One that trades the illusion of certainty for the reality of adaptability. Because right now the ship is headed for an iceberg, and the people holding the wheel are staring at a chart that tells them everything is fine, simply because the chart was updated to say so. Yeah. Okay, obviously the next thing to do is to talk about Baldur's Gate 3. Okay. I feel really great about everything I said about Gantt charts. I cannot begin to tell you the problem that I have with Gantt charts. It's just they're just wrong. They're really just wrong. With the way that they're currently utilized. I don't like them. If you couldn't tell. Okay. All right. Let me. It's about time for some exercise. Oh, we skipped exercise. No, I didn't skip exercise. I'll skip exercise. We're gonna move it right there. Okay, it's about time to exercise. We're gonna exercise because I'm feeling better now. Okay, so we talk about the mind triangle, talk about the iceberg that wasn't there, talk about how the Gantt chart's a lie, and then we move on to the next section, which is proposal of a hybrid model. And then we'll end up, and then after talking about this new hybrid model, discuss things that Steam can do to facilitate this relationship and things that studios can do right now that they don't have to wait on Steam to start implementing. I'm available for consultation. Check out my Fiverr page. Yeah, that's it. Hell yeah, we're gonna plug the Fiverr page in my own YouTube video. That's how you do. Okay. Let's put something on because it's time to exercise. Oops. Okay, I definitely need to get up and do some moving around. So, while I'm getting my exercise done, so let me update the thing. Agenda. We're just bouncing around. Okay. Job hunting, exercise. Alright, let's see how Corridor Crew's doing.
Earthquake! Earthquake! You got 7 seconds to live! 7 seconds is not enough! Earthquake!
Really, we're putting the studio like in a roller coaster.
Last year, our studio was hit by an earthquake so hard, our ceiling broke. Oh my god. Dude. And this was scary because it made us realize we don't actually know what to do in this type of situation. We literally live in a seismic hotspot and spend most of our time here in this building in downtown LA. But if the big one hits, are we doomed? In case you don't know, the big one is the anticipated rupture of the San Andreas Fault, which is expected to result in a catastrophic earthquake. If that happens, how much danger are we in? Is this whole building gonna collapse and bury us alive? Where can we even hide? What are we gonna do in that type of situation?
Hey Ren, come here. Earthquake got me thinking, and I found this channel called Earthquake Sim.
Nice, okay.
And this guy basically does physically based simulations of all different magnitudes, of all different cities, buildings.
Oh, and he's basing this on real seismic data, too.
If we invited him in, he could recreate our studio.
Oh, like simulate our building during an earthquake? Yeah. Like, what would happen if the earthquake that hit this building was the big one?
I would rather know the future, right? So we can know exactly where the safe places in the studio are. We know where collapses, where doesn't collapse. And then from that information, we can make a real safety plan for the crew.
Do we want to see that, though? This could get dark.
I mean, this is life or death. There they are. What's up?
Hey,
what are you guys doing? What's up, man?
Welcome to Corridor.
I'm Michael. I'm the creator of Earthquake Sim. I started this journey 2 years ago.
I'm Victor. I'm a grad student at Caltech. I study earthquakes, and I definitely think more about the science aspect of the videos and how we make them physically accurate.
Michael and Victor are here to photograph, scan, and gather data on our studio so that they can simulate what would happen. But before we put in all of that work, I wanted to see if there are any Hollywood depictions of earthquakes that we could learn from instead. Has Hollywood ever shown us a realistic earthquake?
Oh my god.
Okay, so that earthquake lasted a while. Is that a realistic time frame for an earthquake?
Probably not. I mean, most likely not. Like, even if the big one hits, like the shaking in the LA area is estimated to be maybe 2 minutes. I mean, if the whole San Andreas breaks, like at Salton Sea, like to Cape Mendocino, that's like 800 miles.
But the chances of the whole thing breaking and rumbling is very, very low,
Yeah,
right?
it doesn't work like that.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, okay. So what could possibly cause something like that?
If you bring the moon closer to the Earth and you like all of a sudden get like a big gravitational pull, yeah, it would create something like this.
Yeah, a lot closer to
A lot closer, yeah, a lot.
We gotta get to the other side of the freeway.
If you're driving down the highway, how would you feel an earthquake like that? Like, would you actually feel it adjusting your driving?
Oh yes, I mean, imagine if like the ground goes 3-4 feet to the left and then 2-3 feet to the right, and then up and down. Like, it's not just horizontal motion.
Right. So here's a good example of a real earthquake happening. Oh, interesting. The motorcycles all turned at the same time and then turned back at the same time. On a scale of 0 to 10, how realistic is 2012 as far as destruction here in LA?
2.
Yeah,
A 2?
I would say a 2, yeah.
It's more than 0, okay. But to be fair, 2012 is essentially pure fantasy. But a movie like San Andreas is based on real science in that there's a San Andreas fault that could cause the big one. You're already sighing. Whoa, you could see the wave going through the ground and through the neighborhoods.
That's not a realistic speed though. Like,
Should it be faster or slower?
it should be faster.
A lot faster.
Like the wave would go through downtown LA in like 3 seconds.
Although surface waves do travel a little slower. Yeah, I would be more concerned about the scale of these waves than the speed they're moving at.
To me, it's at least maybe 10 times like exaggerated.
I would say so.
For example, for the Tohoku earthquake, which was a magnitude 9.0, 9.1, right? The maximum vertical displacement was 2 feet maximum, right?
Whereas here, they're showing it being like 30 feet, at least.
I'm a big fan of Apocalypse 10.5.
Oh, well, look at that. It's cracking and then the water's flowing down into the crack. That's another thing we've seen a lot is like fissures opening up as if the whole ground is moving sideways, causing this huge cliff, a void into the abyss.
So if you think about a fault line, right? It's a plane that's always in stress. The reason it's not moving all the time is because there is some amount of contact and friction on the surfaces.
So what we're seeing here is basically the opposite of what would actually happen. It's the earthquakes are because it's pressing together so hard, but they're like, oh yeah. If it opens up, there wouldn't be a quake.
There wouldn't be any shear stresses to move the fault. There are places on Earth where tectonic plates are moving away from each other. These are mid-ocean ridges. That's where new oceanic plate is being created. As the plates move away from each other, new molten material is coming up. Because of that lowering of pressure, allows for new crust to be created.
So a 10.5 on the Richter scale, is that even possible? Okay, quick pause. Before we go any further, I think we need to just define what earthquake magnitude even means. It's basically a score given to every quake to indicate how powerful it is, as measured by a seismograph. And those are those little like pin things that scratch back and forth during an earthquake. However, quakes can range from tiny tremors you can barely feel to massive ruptures which release billions of times more energy. To keep things simple and not have to write so many zeros, we use the moment magnitude scale, which is logarithmic. It's a lot like the Richter scale we used to use. For every point higher on the scale, the shaking amplitude increases by a factor of 10, but the energy released increases by a factor of 32. From magnitude 3 to a 7 is actually 10,000 times more motion and 1,000,000 times more energy. Even though it's 4 steps, it's not 4 times more powerful, it's 1,000,000 times more powerful. And that's why it's not really possible to have anything above a magnitude 10 earthquake, because it's simply not possible to store that much energy in any of the fault lines on Earth.
Unless a meteorite hits the planet.
All right, so it's apparent that Hollywood movies won't teach us much about how to actually survive an earthquake. I mean, I don't even have access to an airplane, let alone know how to fly one. So if we want to actually simulate our own earthquake here, we got to do a better, more realistic job than Hollywood. So we're going to capture all of the measurements and material data from our studio, but there's one more piece of information that we need the whole crew to help us with. We need to know where they would hide.
Earthquake! Earthquake! We got 7 seconds to live! 7 seconds to start an earthquake! We got 10 seconds!
If you do not have a spot in the next 3 seconds, find your spot. It's 3, 2, 1. distracted announcing this. Now I'm stuck here.
Okay, while the crew tries to find the safest place in the studio, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about today's sponsor, Squarespace. This isn't a good spot, actually. There's a light right there. We gotta move. We gotta move. That would crush you. Okay, this is
a very California episode.
More about our building's structural safety, and the only man who can tell us that is our landlord, Steve. What's up, Steve?
Earthquakes, yeah. Okay, since I've owned the building, which was like in '81, and we built out the studios in '82. Now, Los Angeles went through a major building boom in the 20s. And when I mean major, it went from like 150,000 people downtown to 1 million. People were throwing up masonry buildings. And this building, I believe, was built in 1924.
101 years old this building is.
Yeah, it was part of the building boom. And then Division 88 came about. We didn't have any choice. We had to hire a structural engineer that looked at the whole building, did a whole series of plans. Also had to have this earthquake guy come in and do this all around the building. Pull the brick out, test it here, test it there, test the front walls, back walls. Then they determine, based upon what the test is, what you're gonna have to do. And they want you to do what are called tie rods. Drill through the brick on the outside, and then they make you put a metal plate. And we had to do it a lot. It doesn't seem as much now, but it cost $56,000.
That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot now.
Then, a couple years goes by, and Division 88 started to realize that a lot of buildings have, on the rooftop, have parapets, where the wall goes up about a foot, sometimes 3 feet, above the roof line. Well, a lot of those parapets in earthquakes were starting to actually give way and fall out.
Is that why you installed those, like, diagonal brackets
Those are
up
called
there?
parapet bracing. They had to re-drill new holes. We had to spend about another $50,000.
Oh my God.
That's what we said too. Trust me, it was a little more, You see all this parapet bracing? That was phase 2. Then came the Whittier Narrows earthquake, because I remember I was in my home in Echo Park, and my son, less than a year old, crawling across the floor early in the morning, and as he's walking toward me, I just watched my entire house do this, like move a foot from side to side. Picked him up like a football. Shit's falling all over the place. Ran up into the backyard holding him, and after things settled down, I then jumped in the car, came over here. Nada. Nothing.
Really?
I know, I was shocked.
Paid for.
Yeah,
Right? Yeah, I mean, I'd hope nothing.
No, nothing. No cracks, fallen out walls, no parapets fell out. Yeah, and I was kind of really surprised.
That makes me feel a little bit better, honestly. Like,
That was a 5.9 earthquake. So Steve's pretty confident that this building will hold up, and I remain pretty optimistic because for the last week, Michael has been rebuilding our studio brick by brick, and today he's here to
Those dead eyes. Yeah, pretty good.
There is a debate going on about how they did Luke Skywalker in The Mandalorian.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to make a deepfake of Luke Skywalker. We're going to show you how we do it.
Literally asking, can we do better than a multi-billion-dollar company called Disney?
We might be able to.
The hardest thing to do in visual effects is to create a digital human being from nothing. Now, spoiler alert, if you're watching The Mandalorian and you haven't finished season 2, maybe stop watching this video. Okay, spoiler alert, over. Luke Skywalker showed up. Pretty neat. Kind of had a lot of mixed reviews as to how it looked, and a lot of contention as to how it was done because Disney has been very secret as to how they did it. Now, when VFX artists react, we do a lot of critiques, but today we're going to put our money where our mouth is. We're going to try to create our own version of Luke Skywalker. It's more realistic, more emotive, and more vibrant and lifelike than what Disney has created. We're going to be doing a deepfake.
What you're about to see is not really Tom Cruise. Someone took the computer and they made him say and do things he wouldn't say. Now watch, and remember, this is not Tom Cruise.
Right, I rung the bell
Yeah?
to get a little subscription plus action.
Yeah.
And I'm having the time of my life.
That's such an honor.
Oh, it's an honor and a privilege. Don't forget that.
Now, I cannot overstate how big of a deal this is if we pull this off, because it represents a fundamental shift in how visual effects are going to be done in the industry. We're reaching a point where AI and machine learning can potentially let anyone create a shot that has before just been impossible. So, come along for the ride. Let's see if we do it. All right, guys, we have some important, very important business to discuss. Was Luke Skywalker deepfaked in the final episode of The Mandalorian?
There is a debate going on about how they did Luke Skywalker in The Mandalorian. I was fairly certain when I first saw it that it wasn't a deepfake, because it looked more to me like Moff Tarkin or Princess Leia from Rogue One. Very classic pipeline sort of CGI, rather than experimental one person doing it on YouTube deepfake style stuff.
Now, the thing is, to do it for a TV show for like a 10-second scene at the end of an episode is pretty nuts, because you'd have to make 3D models, you'd have to do face tracking, you have to do animation, like so much work would have to go into it. Did you know that Disney actually developed their own deepfake method, and they released a whole technical paper and video about it? What they did for Luke there, it does look like there's some element of deepfakery going on. The challenge they were facing is that the person who is playing Luke in the actual shot that they have to film with the camera is not Mark Hamill. So they need to get Mark Hamill's performance, stick that onto that person's face. So I think they're dealing with like a double stack here. They have an actor who then either has a CG, like 3D head, or Mark Hamill's actual like face being tracked on top of that. And then you have a deepfake being applied on top of that. Now, you're basically stuck with a double stepping kind of situation. And that's where I'm wondering if we could surpass them.
You're literally asking, can we do better than a multi-billion-dollar company called Disney?
We might be able to. Step one. So we're gonna try to figure out how we can improve this shot. So little things we can look for here. The shadow of his hand passing across his face. Like, does it look defined or does it look blurry, right? The lighting is very soft and kind of an omnidirectional light. Compared to all the defined, sharp lighting in the rest of the scenes, it makes it kind of feel flat and washed out, almost like airbrushed in. How light interacts with stuff is what makes it feel real. So if we can be
This is 4 years ago, too. Worth mentioning for how much this stuff has advanced in those 4 years.
hitting that scene with a lot of directional light, we can really give things a sense of form and shape. We have flickering lights and moving light sources and all these things that can just really help us sell that this is a real thing. Look how light interacts with it. You can't do this easily if it was fake.
Look for those dead eyes. Yeah, pretty good.
Your eyes never just drift. They always lock, lock, lock. But when he raises his head, his eyes just smoothly move up. Like, if you look at how his mouth moves, that feels like keyframe targets to me, doesn't that?
A little bit. All these heads have very smooth movement. They're like keyframed so smoothly. Got that S curve moving around. Whereas human heads will vigorously shake sometimes, and we have kind of erratic movements in our heads.
Yeah. People's expressions are connected. Like when I smile, this happens, this happens. You know, when I raise my eyebrows, my mouth twitches.
The biggest takeaway from that scene is just how stiff the performance is, period.
I feel like they're very locked in a box, and they can't turn his head too much or have him make big expressions because they're probably worried about how realistic it's going to look. Now, if we can make our version of Luke emotive and give smiles and, you know, eyes that are vibrant and they look around, that's all going to really help sell that this is an actual character. Because as a visual effects artist, you know, one half of your job is actually constructing these elements that's going to go into a shot. The other part is all the little tricks that are going to sell it as real. It's classic visual trickery. If we can do all that, we can make a better Luke Skywalker. We're going to use artificial intelligence. We're going to use machine learning. We're going to be doing a deepfake. Deepfake's going to let us put a Luke Skywalker mask on an actor. It's basically a computer practicing to be a portraiture artist. You know, it's looking at somebody's face, and it kind of paints a version of it. Yeah, it looks kind of blurry and weird. But if it practices it over and over and over, and retains its memory as to what worked, well, then you end up with a computer that can draw somebody's face pretty well. And the magic of a deepfake comes from a computer learning to draw one person's face and another person's face, and then you switch the wires. The nice thing about a deepfake is all the stuff I talked about, motion, lighting, expression, even perspective, you get all that without having to build out 3D models and deal with all the crazy physics simulations you need to do to get a face to look realistic. The way we're going to make the deepfake is well documented. You can look up tutorials online. We're just going to be doing the same thing. Now we have a couple tricks up our sleeve. First, an NVIDIA 3090 GPU. Incredibly fast, incredibly powerful, a lot of VRAM so you can get some nice higher resolution deepfakes. Puget Systems has been building us workstations here at Corridor, and that's going to be our go-to machine for making this deepfake. It's going to let us get to a higher quality version of Luke Skywalker with higher resolution in a shorter amount of time than any other computer here in this office. You're going to be seeing a cutting-edge deepfake here. So the key ingredient for a deepfake when you're drawing a face is you need to feed the computer examples of the face. We need to inform the computer on how to draw Luke Skywalker. So really the only version of Luke Skywalker we can use is the one that we see in Return of the Jedi. So I'm going to enlist Peter here, be my teammate, and together we're going to try to gather as many high quality pictures of Luke Skywalker as possible. Every angle, every pose, and every lighting condition.
Return of the Jedi was released in the 80s. It was still shot on film, which can be great quality, and some of these shots are great quality, but a lot of them are just blurry as hell, and that's causing problems because the images you feed in is the kind of image you're gonna get out. Then we're gonna have a blurry deepfake. And so right now I'm trying to use these different AI sharpening tools, and some of them are giving some wacky results. Oh my gosh. Here's AI sharpened Luke. So it's just scary.
We've gone and we've found a bunch of pictures of Luke Skywalker, but now we need to find our actor who's going to wear the deepfake. Who's going to play our Luke Skywalker? Because all the deepfake is a mask. Everything else, we gotta do for real still. The closer we can get to someone that looks like Mark Hamill from Return of the Jedi, the better.
Can I volunteer?
I don't want any part of this.
Wait, Dean! Luke?
But I was gonna go to Tashi's station to pick up some power converters.
There he is!
I've been waiting my whole life for this moment.
Dean has the exact same chin. By the time we're done with you, they won't even recognize you.
Man, I was hoping to be a Jedi. Oh yeah, dude, I probably look the most like Baby Yoda.
It's between you and Sam, I don't know.
Well, we found our Luke Skywalker. It was Dean Hughes all along. Who would have thought? So now we know it's Dean. We need to capture pictures of Dean so the computer can practice recreating Dean's face. Because remember, it's about being able to look at and draw Dean's face, look at and draw Luke's face, and then cross the wires in the middle. We're gonna film Dean under a bunch of lighting conditions, making a bunch of expressions from a bunch of different angles.
I definitely have enough data to start this training. This is actually great. This is like a lot of really good like lighting samples.
So now we have our Dean images and we have our Luke Skywalker images, and the computer is training on those. Practicing drawing Dean, practicing drawing Luke, and it's practicing drawing Luke on Dean, but this takes time, and it totally depends on the quality of the pictures that we have. So it's imperative that we have this deepfake running as much as possible. I estimate to get this trained on a 3090 is still probably gonna take us about 10 days, maybe a little bit less. Everything needs to be set up to be running all weekend, because we can't afford to lose that time.
Man, look at this. Look at this. Dean, you're starting to turn into Mark Hamill, man. Look at you. Don't look at that one. Don't look at that one. No, don't look at that one.
The most we can do right now is just step back and let it run.
Oh, hey, I don't know if you know this, but the guys are at the studio right now, and they're doing something that has to do with The Mandalorian Season 2. Now, I haven't seen it yet, and I don't want to know anything about it. So I've been holed up here in my attic with one purpose, and one purpose only. Raid Shadow Legends, courtesy of today's sponsor. That's right. One thing we like to do around here at Corridor is play a little Dungeons and Dragons. And if you like Dungeons and Dragons and you like mobile games, well, then you might also like Raid Shadow Legends too. The thing that I like the best about it is that you can pick and choose how you want to play the game. They have everything from straight up arena battles, to campaigns, to dungeon battles where you can team up with friends and actually go in with your buddies. You don't need to wait on anybody to play, but you can also play with this Mandalorian spoilers phase. I'm gonna check in with them. The coast is clear from here.
Hey, honey.
Yeah.
I'm Mandalorian. They deepfake Luke Skywalker. Did you know?
Damn it!
We've been talking a lot about what we're going to try to create here. We're going to try to redo the scene in The Mandalorian. Now, you may have seen like other deepfakes online where they deepfake that scene, but they're just putting a deepfake on top of the scene that already exists. But in this case, we're starting from scratch. We're going to have our own actor, their own hair and makeup, on a blue screen with our own CG background. The entire thing is going to be us. So what we learned with our Tom Cruise deepfake is that performance, posture, body language, all these things, your hair, those all matter. So Dean is not an actor, but he loves Star Wars.
So I try to get my hair like a little more Lukey.
All right, I'm George Lucas. I want to see you walk into this room, and I want to see you take your hood off with a gravitas.
Okay.
Dean needs to be the puppet master driving the expression. You know, if Dean's smiling in a way that Luke Skywalker never smiles, because Mark Hamill doesn't smile that way, it doesn't matter how good the deepfake is, it's not gonna match.
We're gonna go comb his hair, make this happen. If we pull this off, we got our shot.
All right, we're about to start filming our shots. We're gonna film it on a green screen. We're setting up all the lighting, like all the ways I talked about, so I can bring this to life. We're gonna get Dean in costume, and we're gonna put him in the scene, and we're gonna realize his lifelong dream.
Bring your child to work day.
I made a whole shot list of all the lines, how I want to do a performance around them. We've been working on some effects with the lights to like simulate sparks and things like that. You know, at this point, we just gotta shoot it and see what happens. All right, all mysterious. You just came in through the smoke. Action. Has it occurred to you that Mark Hamill himself might actually see this?
That might be the best moment of my life.
Dean is more of a puppet master than he is an actor right now. He needs to puppeteer our deepfake. So for him to puppeteer effectively, he needs to move his face like Mark Hamill does.
All right, good work. Nice work. Good acting, Dean. Got everything we need right on this guy.
It was the best day of my life, so just gonna go back to work. Nico, can I keep the costume on?
You can keep the costume on.
The shoot with Dean went great. It worked far better than I had any hope for it to work. The green lightsaber on his face, the flickering sparks, it all worked. And it's really cool, but we have a bunch of problems.
Oh man, look at that! Look at that! Look at that lighting. Look at that lifelike, natural Luke expression. Look at these dreams being realized. Luke's hair is definitely puffier though. Luke's got the helmet thing going on. If we need to shoot it again with the wig, it's not a big deal.
Dean's neck is longer, his jaw's a little bit wider, his shoulders are a little bit more slouched, and Dean's eyebrows are a little bit lower to his eyes. So once you put Luke Skywalker on him, it looks like Luke's doing this the whole time, and he's just walking around with a neutral frown expression. And there's no way we could have known any of this until we did it. We clearly need to go back and reshoot it again, but we have a lot more knowledge about what's going to make this look realistic. So we need to get the hair right. The hair is not working. We need to get the posture right. We need to get the body type right. But the lighting, I'm gonna do more of that. We're taking the shot to the next level. Today, Jordan went and got us some wigs. That's right, that wasn't my real hair. Could you tell?
Hey, this is what we need to use if we ever want to do a Nico fake.
Is this freaking Anchorman, dude?
Yeah, it is. The background looks really good.
It's too wavy. This part
is too short on the side.
This part is not right.
Yeah. It's not gonna work.
I'm telling you, dude.
What is this? The color's not that big of a deal. We can always alter the color.
George is coming. I can literally show him this picture in that wig. I'm like, dude, can you cut this in that hairstyle?
Absolutely.
Is that the wig right there?
That's the wig.
All right. We're looking for something like this. Okay. Totally by coincidence. Today we were doing haircuts before work started anyway because a lot of the dudes wanted haircuts because they haven't had them in a long time. So George is actually going to help out and cut the wig into the closest Luke Skywalker style he can.
Close, very close. The colors will be a little tricky, but
Dean needs to put on some masks, and I think the only way to do that is to just have him do some pull-ups, and then we'll stuff him with some rags and stuff. But I think you gotta get the base layer until failure. Does
this look bigger?
All right, let's do this. Let's put on the full colors.
It does shorten my neck a little bit.
It does. We haven't locked it in. I just want to see if you want to cut off his neck.
It's looking good.
It looks awesome. The wig, huge help. It's not perfect, but it's way better. Dean's performance, much better. Much more lighting. We got his posture. He looks way more regal. And you know what? We padded up those shoulders. Either way, I'm really excited, but here's what we got to do now. The deepfake is doing its final little bit of training. We need to composite in CG backgrounds, which we are just disregarding as a challenge. That's a challenge still. Pulling a good blue screen key and doing CG backgrounds is still hard.
How's it going here?
It's going really good.
Dude, it's Friday. This video is coming out on Sunday, and we're still working on it.
The reason we're still working on it is because we have seen the potential, and we are doing our best to make this as good as we possibly can.
Dude, deepfake's gotta be deeped.
We're doing our compositing, taking our new Luke Skywalker and putting him on our new background that we've created. I just took it for granted that we'd be able to, have a 3D hallway behind Luke with lights flickering and all that kind of stuff. We'll figure that out later, because we've done that before. So Peter's just been cranking through that as fast as he can.
Yeah, just taking the original shot from The Mandalorian, building out the geometry based on what was in that scene. I imported a frame from the show into this program called F-Spy, which is super useful. You specify some straight lines in the scene, and then the software interprets that and gives you the exact camera position, and you can just throw that into Blender, and then you have the scene from the movie perfectly lined up with your 3D view. So then you can start dropping in blocks and panels and stuff and start lining it up so it matches perfectly.
So what you gotta do for the Corridor Crew channel is to subscribe. If you don't subscribe, my voice will go back to being normal and I'll be very sad. But if you do subscribe, I'll continue talking like this forever. If you're wondering why I'm even doing this, is because I'm gonna make a video showing how many balloons would really be needed to lift the house from up. Subscribe for that!
I've been training on this deepfake for 2 weeks. We have almost 1 million iterations, meaning Peter has looked at a face over and over 1 million times. As we dialed this in here, you have to also match the colors of the film, you have to match the other shots, all the things that aren't deepfake related, just normal visual effects production related. And then there's a whole, does it look like Luke Skywalker thing. We'll see if it paid off. I just want to, at this point I've been staring at it forever. So yeah, let's go get everybody. Hey guys, you want to see The Mandalorian, but with our version of Luke Skywalker?
Yeah.
Watch.
Oh, is it time?
All right, guys. We've all been working super hard on this. I hope it's cool.
And then the first thing they do in season 2 is undo that entire scene, the gravitas of the entire scene, and then you have Baby Yoda and Mandalorian together again for the second season. So there's just like, what the hell was the point of character development for the first season? Yeah. All right. Well, we got the rewrite. We got a lot done with the rewrite. I feel like I'm getting tired, so I don't want to write anymore. But I like the track that this is taking a lot more. I feel like this essay is going to be a lot more productive than the other one. So now let's see what we got here. Is there? You only watched the first 5 episodes, huh? Okay, I think it's a little too late for... I'm not really in the mood for Elden Ring. It seems like grimdark. I think what we're gonna do is some more Total Warhammer 3. We'll just continue our High Elves campaign. Marvel Rivals knows what they're selling. Marvel Rivals knows their audience. I'm sure cosplayers everywhere are happy for the new character design. Yeah. I'll just have to judge cosplay of that character. We'll see how realistic it is. Okay. Turn 43 we are. Of Immortal Empires, and we barely have control of the donut. So I think this game's gonna go on forever. Like we just need to kick Slanish off the donut. And then we'll build tall. We'll build tall AF. Wait till I start making alliances with the Empire of Man. One thing that has taken me aback about the High Elves, like all of their units are really good. Like High Elves don't have units that suck. Yeah, sure thing, food. Yep, getting up and moving around is important. Alright, so the strategy... looks like we're gaining some gold.
Servant of the King.
We have this unit will be fully replenished next turn. We got a 20 stack. Now who is this?
Shield of Alaria.
Now why are there High Elves there? Did they just take over? I think we should try to strike at them next turn.
Moving out.
Yeah, we gotta do it. But they're... Oh, wait.
Corruption is rife.
Yeah. Oh no! Oh no! I was reading the thing wrong. Oh shit.
The Reaper. We shall not rest.
We need to get a double stack over there.
This
Is what we
heat
need to do.
is oppressive.
Here, let's just. I got a better idea what's going on. Load. We're just gonna reload it real quick instead of making that move. That was a dumb move. I remember. I'm trying to remember the state of the map. I normally wouldn't like scum save like that, but that's just a stupid fucking move. My mind was still assimilating the strategic importance of that. It was completely stupid. I never would have, if I had realized it ahead of time, I never would have made that move. I'm going to give myself a mulligan on that one. Okay, let's try this again. Alright, so...
Lord of the Phoenix Court.
Okay, what are you doing? You're here. And you are keeping public order. Very much so. You can do some allied recruitment, so that's good. Dryads, Forest Spirit, Damage Dealer, Vanguard Deployment. I hear Sisters of Avalon are really good. Chariots. Shriekend, Forest Spirit, Armored Charge against large foes. Okay. Great Eagle. Shot ammunition. Modeling at least two. Good, that's gonna flesh out this army a lot better. I'm actually really happy with this army comp now.
Princess of the
And
Azul.
What are you doing? You're also sitting here. You have spearmen, lots of archers, horse archers. Okay, you can just wait. And build up your army later.
Servant of the King.
Okay. You're gonna stay there for another turn. No, actually. No, we're gonna wait to double stack. Okay. So he's building
You
up.
need me?
Your behest.
She's waiting there, just restoring public order.
Protector of Ultron.
You've already moved. So maybe next turn we can move her down here. And she can restore public order. Public order is slowly deteriorating there.
We have shaped this world.
not mere courtiers, and the name suggests, but awe-inspiring warriors and envoys of the Everqueen who speak with the authority in all matters, replenish troops, stimulate growth, damage building, wound, and hinder replenishment. Okay. This is a hero. This is a handmaiden. Casualty replenishment 5%. Character experience, gain income from all buildings from local. Entrepreneur it is. 191 upkeep, so be it. But let's recruit her. Where do we want her? Can we get her over here?
Ulf-One's defender.
Shit, no. Okay.
Defender of the Everqueen.
We really do need to create her over here. Let's start on this side. We'll go up this way. Entrepreneur it is.
Handmaiden of the Everqueen. Handmaiden of the Everqueen. Champion of the Everqueen.
So we're gonna move that piece all the way up.
Ready to serve.
You're gonna sit here until we get a double stack.
Your behest?
Oh, that's right. We joined the war against them. So where do you want this? Ally missions, defeat the army. This one right here. Okay.
Faithful servant of Ulf-One. What brings you here?
I'm waiting. I've heard tales of your valor. Let us sit and talk together.
Oh, so we could pay them enough, but not right now. Set target.
A crude attempt to subjugate.
I am the bright flower of the goddess, chosen of Isha. We have much to discuss. Come, join me.
Okay, so we finally did it. So we're sending our allies to go this way. What else do we got? This one. Who are these guys? Right here, we got some stuff. Attack target.
I will hear you. I promise no more than that.
Attack target. Oh, request army. Let's see if we can do that.
Speak.
54. Got 32. Okay, we just got to keep working with them.
Spit it out then. I've got prey to hunt.
Hear them out, Arahan. Okay, so all this stuff is building up. That's fine.
In defense of Ulfwon.
She's healing up.
I serve the king.
He's going. Okay.
Handmaiden of the Everqueen. Onward! We must be patient.
I am honored.
Princess of the Asur.
Oh, it is really expensive to get these guys.
Garrisoning. Your instructions?
Loyal Prince. Servant of the King, champion of the Ever Queen.
The winds are rising. The gods approve. The winds are rising. Sorceress.
Okay, well, she's really upgraded.
Ever loyal.
Dogs of the Forest, yeah, sure.
I shall hold.
In times of crisis, you may petition your allies for direct control over a portion of their military. Close allies with whom much...
Okay, what is this?
Spellcaster.
What's that?
Asur Mage.
I reject your petty desires.
Block army.
Pain will find them.
Failure, damn.
Shield against the darkness. By Asurian.
Nail these guys.
Talking.
Attack.
Decisive victory. Here, let's fight at Sar casualties or even at lower.
Science of Mathland!
Orders received!
For duty!
We will obey! We will obey!
Loyal! White Lions! It will be done!
Lothern Seagull! I shall! Forward!
Sons and daughters of Outwan, be ready! Gird your swords! Let them come! To battle! We away!
Defender of Ulfwan!
The greater good!
White Lions! Onward!
Asa! Move! Asa, move! Moving out! Loyal! Swiftly! Victory awaits! Make Ulfwan proud! Move! Spearman!
Acknowledged!
Onward! Science of Mathland! Asa, advance!
For duty! Move!
Assyrian willing! Silver helms! We advance!
Weapons ready! Spearmen!
Acknowledged! We go! Forward!
White Lions!
As you say, Orifan!
Doing my duty! Asa! Attack! Spearmen! As you say!
Kill them!
Lothern Seagull!
For Assyrian!
For duty! Apace!
By your command!
Understood!
Setting forth! Swiftly!
Spearmen! For the king! Eager for battle!
Silver helms! March! Onward! Battle calls!
White Lions! Sail! It shall be done! king!
Our line's held.
White lion!
And we got our archers in an elevated position. It just really rained hell down on them. Yeah, those archers up there just doing work.
Aurea! Destroy them! I shall. Advance! It will be done! The Reaper! Attack! Loven Seagull! To battle! Heir of Anarian!
There, finish him off.
As you say! Understood! To battle! It shall be done!
Oh, he's getting shot. There we go. Killed him. Oh, good. I'm glad you made it through the day, Phoebus. I know how that can go sometimes. Feels good to close the work laptop down. That was a pretty good fight. Everybody got a lot of kills. They didn't get a lot of kills. He got a lot of kills. What'd he do work on? He got that regimenter down. Treasury, armor.
Enslave them! Protector of the Everqueen.
Okay, now we're gonna move right back.
Inspecting the garrison. Shield against the darkness.
Alright, so that was good. We got some, Scarecrow banner. Possible throwers.
Hope is fading. Mage of Ulfwan. Pain will find them. We are in great danger. Handmaiden of the Everqueen. The storm approaches. Cast off!
There.
A darkness is coming.
Wrath of the gods! Protector of Ulfwan.
Okay, YP intro. Okay, let's go here.
Sabotage, my lord. An enemy power sent a hero to disrupt the running of your domain. This act of aggression cannot be left unanswered.
Shyish. The gods approve.
I serve the king.
You may approach.
Okay. Now let's get you over to here. Can you go that way? No, you have to go this way. Alright, well let's move you over here first.
Taking up residence.
Okay, and then we'll march your ass over there to replenish the army.
We march on.
No, we wait one turn. We stay in that stance.
In defense of Ulthuan.
I serve the king.
Gears. Here we go.
Your command?
Okay, so you can go up to Tornok, White Pete. Yeah. Alright, so let's move you up here. We're going to start double stacking.
Lord
this
of
guy.
Ulthuan. Garrisoning. How can I assist you?
Let's talk to this person right here. This,
Master of High Magic.
what's going on?
High Elven Archmage. Infused by Hoet's wisdom.
How do I, where are you? That's it right there.
Lady of Ulthuan.
Why aren't you
The Phoenix King welcomes all, cultured or otherwise.
military access? We're already trading.
How wise.
Okay, join Confederation. Ask the other faction to join Confederation. If you are strong enough and they accept your offer, their faction will be assimilated into your own. Your settlements will become yours, as many of their armies, but beware, depending on the balance of the assets you require, your income may be adversely affected. Okay. Hey, Worston. Did I grow up with a beard? No, it's a new thing. No. That's the beard. The beard is new. I went Master Roshi in my old age. The epic beard is my consolation prize for succumbing to male pattern baldness. But it's still Nexius.
I'm waiting. You may approach.
It's not those. How do I get... So here's diplomacy. I want these people right here. This Trinok, whatever.
At your service. You have a proposal for the Asur.
Trinok.
How delightful.
Okay, can't do that.
You called?
Oh, we must need to be in
What would you have of the
military.
Phoenix King, stranger?
The game is we're playing our first big game of Warhammer Total War 3, like the whole map. Like this is but a tiny fraction of the map with the places that I have right now. So the white area is me, and then all this stuff is my allies, and we got some chaos filth up here that we gotta kick off the island basically, and then there's the rest of the damn map. That see all this is left to be explored. There's lots of territories that way. So, but we got to secure the magic donut first. Thankfully, with the high elves, all of the units are really good.
Spellcaster.
We're getting ready to start whooping up over here and dominating.
Lord of the Phoenix Court.
So there's this guy. And we're actually... Yeah, I think it's time to start moving this way. So the only other thing
Lethal
is
grace given form.
control over here. Control -6. Why? Collected income -4. Military presence. Control is stabilizing. Okay. So we could wait here another 2 or 3 turns to bring up control because we don't want that going into -99. Then we'll have a rebellion on our hands. And if we remove the military presence and the characters, then it's going to be going -4 each turn, or no, like more than that. It'll be going negative quick, and we don't want that to go negative quick. We want to build up this army first over here, where it's not going to cost a ton.
We shall not rest. It shall be done. We march on for the Phoenix King. I serve the Phoenix King.
Okay,
Can
you
I
stay
offer
for one more
assistance?
turn, and then you're going to move.
Ulfuan Prince.
Okay, so we got one more turn for this thing to develop, so this guy just needs to sit here for 2 or 3 more turns, and you can start going over here and fucking with this person. Still technology.
Awaiting orders.
Wound, yes.
For
Oh,
the
you
greater
can't do
good.
anything right now.
Lady of Ulfuan.
You're staying here.
Her most loyal servant.
You.
Their life is yours.
Tried to wound him, couldn't get it.
The shadows lengthen.
Can I offer assistance? Ready to march. Honor calls.
By the White Tower. My queen grows weaker.
Highborn.
He's a 20 stack. Here, let's get rid of...
I will do my duty. Orders?
Yes.
How can I assist
Here,
you?
let's drop one of these guys.
All shall fade.
Prince, your behest?
The winds hearken to me.
Loyal Prince. Asur Prince. Tyrion, heir of an Aryan. As you command.
I guess let's roll up this way. Oh, is this in charge of... Oh, are they...
The Asur bid you welcome.
Oh, they've got control of it. Okay. Well, we don't want to attack it.
Very well. It is hotter than Vol's forge, making camp. My journey shall continue. You need me?
Ulfuan Princess.
Now let's have you move all the way over here.
Entering the city.
You're gonna go over there. Okay. We gotta keep an eye on public order over here. Okay, so we got our army over here. We're gonna keep attacking.
Loyal handmaiden.
What can you do? Damage building.
Her
Yes,
light
you can
is
do that.
fading. Bring it down. Thank you, goddess.
Mission successful.
Isha wills it. Incorruptible. The light of Avalon fades.
Okay, I think that's everything. That's everybody. Yep. We might get into combat this turn.
Your kind are not well suited to this country, my lord.
I shall go. Lord of the Phoenix Court. Preparing camp. I think not.
Okay, they can move encamped slowly, but without getting attrition. Damn, that's minus 15 a turn. Fuck.
I
Alright,
serve
fuck
the
it.
king. Marching out.
Let's move.
Making my way.
And they're just gonna take more attrition.
It is hot here.
Oh, good. They took advantage of. Damn, we took advantage of it already. Shit.
You called?
Fuck.
Ever vigilant.
Your secrets are mine.
Lethal grace given form.
Alright.
Handmaiden of Dawn's hope. They must die.
Critical failure. Has been wounded. Okay. Wounded. Wounded and must have time to recover. Okay, she'll be back.
This heat is oppressive. Your orders are reasonable.
Protector of Ultron.
Peace treaty fun. Shit. Fuck. I could have gotten gold and I screwed up the click. Oh well. Okay. Now that you're there, alright. What do we got over here? We got you.
Ah, this heat. I will see to it.
I want you right there.
Alariel's champion.
I don't want you right here.
Ulf one.
You're gonna swing. Swing! Okay. Oh wait, hold on.
I lust for battle.
Right. Right can't be performed. Oh, this is the one that gives me the ability to fucking hammer people's walls. But I can't.
Gladly.
So...
Ever loyal. No mercy. Your instructions. Sunfang
You're just gonna have to eat
hungers.
it that turn. You're just gonna have to eat that turn, and then we can encamp next turn.
By Assurium.
And it's important
For my queen.
that we build those.
I am ready to fight.
Garrison or not moved. Right.
No.
Oh, you bitch. She's about to take that while I'm over here. Damn.
Not this star.
Maybe we can enter...
You had your chance, Elf. I would have sung a beautiful song for your king. Now I will end you.
There is glory to be.
Prepare to have your heart.
I think I'm gonna lose that province. I can't get them to agree to a peace treaty.
If you will it.
Okay, well, we were losing control of it anyway. Oh, we're gonna fight. They're coming out of the castle, so I didn't have to build the siege weapons. So that works just fine for me. Let's see here.
Shield of the Ever Queen. It will be done. White Lions. For duty.
Assyrian protects his loyal servants.
Okay, so that's a lot of cavalry. It's a lot of heavy cavalry. And then we got some heavy axe infantry.
None can stand before the
With a
might of
huge
Asa.
solid block of shielded spearmen. Backed up by tons of archers. Some of these archers with some melee weapons. And then we've got a bunch of bolt throwers. Let's do that. Multi-shot. Let's do it. Yeah.
Elves of Althwan, to me! Fight for your souls! Fight for your homeland! Althwan is defended! To victory! Moving out! Advance! Asa, advance! Yes! Death to all! Battle calls! Sinner! Battle calls! Silver helms! Assyrian guide! Acknowledged! Loyal! As you say, swiftly! Acknowledged! Serve the king! Assur warrior! Sword of the Assur! Annihilate them! White lions! Sinner! Destroy them! To the fray! Alariel!
Assyrian guides us! Make Althwan proud! Spearmen!
It shall be done! We will obey! Orders received!
Without fail, loyal, as you say. Assur, withdraw! Assur, with...
Sunfang lusts for battle! At once! Spearmen! Tireless!
Coming in through the forest, jeez.
Draw back!
What orders? Moving out to battle! White lions! Apace! Battle calls! Ancestors!
What a mess.
Ready and eager. Right away.
Spearmen! Setting forth!
Striking forth. For duty! March!
Archers!
White lion! Apace! Understood! Defend in order! Silver helm! Move! For the Ever Queen! At your command! Following orders!
It's a big ass demon is what it is.
hear me! Araya!
Oh no, he knocked out the wizard already. Holy crap.
Restoring order. Assur Prince.
For Assyrian!
It shall be done. Purify!
Battle calls! Assyrian willing!
This didn't go too well.
Loyal! Draw back! Seal! Defend order! To battle! By your command!
The winds rise against us. Battle ready. March.
As you say.
Spearmen.
Not good. Damn, we got caught out.
Pull back.
Yeah, shit does happen. Oh no, that's bad.
It is war.
The Asser are troubled!
Okay, well, we're gonna have to spend some time recovering from that, so let's save it. Let's exit the windows. We got our butts kicked. We'll have to seriously regroup from that. In the meantime, I did want to try something else. Let's try this again.
We're close to Rubicon. Wake the dog up.
Bow wow wow yippee yo yippee bow wow wow yo yippee.
Activating cerebral coral control device. Augmented human C4621 has awakened.
Time to get to work, 621.
Powering down your entry capsule. On my signal. Now, activate the AC.
Descent to ISB 2262, Rubicon 3, complete.
Your position is grid 135. Off target, but within permissible range. There's a catapult ahead. Use it to close the gap.
Main system, activating combat mode.
Clear out those guard mechs. Perfect chance to test your AC. Your AC's taking damage. Patch it up. See the contaminated city down there? That's where you're landing. Access the catapult.
I'm getting those Gundam vibes. This is the Gundam launch sequence.
Time to fly, 621. If we get our hands on Rubicon's coral, we'll make a killing. Plenty for a merc with a fried brain like you to buy their life back. Enough chat, back to work. Scavenge the AC Rex ahead and find a valid mercenary license. We're illegals here. You'll need ID to operate.
An AC? Where the hell did that come from? Affiliation unknown. Shut it down.
Guerrillas from Liberation Front. They'll get in the way of our work. Eliminate them. I'm picking up signals from AC Rex. Follow the markers.
Did you hear anything about what the Corps are up to?
Yeah, they'll be coming soon. Got us on the run. We're being attacked!
Unidentified AC! Return fire!
What?
Misty! We've got something good!
Get out of there! You can handle them!
That's the PCA's planetside force. Keep a low profile. We don't want them breathing down our necks.
There! That's the AC from the report!
Find out who they're working for.
Looks like they've got shields. Good thing you've got a blade. Extract the pilot data. I'll analyze it from my end. This one's already expired. Keep looking. Analyzing. Corp license, easily traced. Forget it.
Stoffung and Schneider are on the move. Corp AC. Wait, is that an independent? Destroy it!
You're outnumbered, 621. Use your missiles. Let's see about this license. It's still valid, but the pilot's rank is no good. We can't use this. I've picked up one more wreck, 621. Transmitting marker. Go and check it out.
One repair kit remaining.
You can use that vertical catapult to get some altitude. That's it. Try accessing the wreck.
It's fine.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. In no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you. Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
AP at 50%. AP at 50%.
It goes too far away to melee.
AP at 30%.
That's it. Try accessing the wreck.
Let's try this one more time.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What?
Oh.
I got that angle.
AP at 30%.
Oh shit. Okay, I did a lot better that time. Oh, you can't. It doesn't let you quit. Okay. I feel like I'm getting my ass kicked a lot in video games lately. It's probably because all the games that I like to play require mental fortitude, and I play them late at night. I don't think giving Elden Ring a try is the move right now. I feel like I want to start a whole new thing at Total Warhammer. Steam is not available. That's not good. I don't want to see buy now. Don't show me buy now. I already bought. Steam is not available. Motherfucker, are we streaming? We're streaming. Oh, damn, we've only been streaming 4 hours. It's been late. Here, let's do this. We're going to exit Steam. We're going to reload Steam. We got Clear Obscure Expedition 33. We could do that. What's Windblown? One of those games. Okay.
They swarm the halls. We have slain thousands.
That looks like fun. Too bad the reviews are mixed right now. I guess we gotta let them develop it some more. That must be good for early access to have mixed reviews. At least it's not all bad, right? Alright, let's see if we can try this again.
In the name of Magnus.
I'll take Sigmar's throne.
As I hold Gal Maraz, I am ready.
Dark Elves have kind of an advanced economy. Armor-piercing units, line-breaking heavy cavalry, and elite infantry. As the Dark Elves kill more enemies, they will trigger murderous powers. So we could manage a bunch of different Dark Elves, or we could do Tomb Kings. You know, I don't think getting started on one of these games is the move. I think this is a little too advanced. My brain's not working. I'll make poor choices early on, and that's where the choices matter the most. So, we already did Tempest Rising. So we could play some Clair Obscure, or we could play some Elden Ring, or let's see, what am I missing? There's we could do a Stellaris playthrough. Here's one of the things that we could do a Stellaris playthrough and keep track of the things that happen, and then write a narrative story that kind of goes along with the events that unfold in the game. Okay, let's give it a shot. How much DLC are we missing now? There's a season. What, they have a season pass? What does this do? The content that is released over time. Oh, this just gives you give them 49 now, and you don't 44 now, and you don't have to buy all the different stuff. I mean, I've played enough Stellaris. I'm sure. Okay, see, we got, anniversary portraits. We got Synthetic Dawn. We got Apocalypse. We got Humanoids. We got Utopia. We got Toxoids. We don't have Machine Age. That's on the wish list. The Grand Archive. That's just a big thing. So we're only missing like 2 really big things. DLCs. When was the last time we did play it? May 31st of 2021. I think it'd be fun to make we write a narrative and generate artwork and stuff to go along with the story of what unfolds. Let's take a look at the workshop. Let's see what the most workshop things are. So here's the workshop. Okay, most popular. So Star Wars, there's a Galactic Total Conversion mod. Okay. Let's do that. Give me a list of changes to Stellaris. Where the last time I played was May 1st, 2021. Transition patch naming from sci-fi authors to constellations. Implemented significant changes to ship design, including minimum weapon ranges. Enhanced leader mechanics with caps and skill choices. Improved Ancient Relics DLC with new options. Overhauled population mechanics. Simulates growth for all species on the planet. Revamped trade systems and megacore mechanics. Enhanced performance and stability. Aquatic species pack. Overlord expansion. Expand vassals. Toxoids first contact. Galactic Paragons expansion. Population growth is now simultaneous across species, improving realism and performance. Okay. UI dynamic overhaul is the highest one. And then UI overhaul 2018 plus. Update this. Oh no, it's installing the Paradox launcher. Oh no, not the launcher. Yeah, it looks like I just installed the two most popular mods. Here, let's get rid of everything.